Good morning, guys. Free money on this bounce. Nice. SX has a case of the Mondays. It's the kind of Monday I like. What's up, guys? What did I get stopped out at? Oh, nice. We're not going to 60, 69 today. So I had some shares of this like dog shit penny stock that just absolutely ripped this morning. It's up like 92% right now. Fucking long school buses, just actually killing it. I wish I bought more. Sick again or still sick? Just still sick. Although I found something interesting. So you guys know how I'm drinking tea all the time? So I went to go get a new bottle of tea out of my pantry. And I buy like teas tea, like green teas tea, and it comes in like 1.5 liter bottles. And I pulled one out of the pantry and shook it up. It's full of mold. They're not expired, but they're all full of mold. Yeah. And then I looked at the one that I just polished off, and there was like a little bit of mold on the bottom of that too. Congratulations, you have kombucha now? Yeah, I don't think so. Here's your poisoning situation. Possibly. Yeah. Didn't you see the color though? How did you see the color though? Aren't they both green? It's like slime mold. But I saw it in the other bottle because it has like little black spots on it. Doesn't taste anything. That's just the mother. Just slowly giving myself renal failure by drinking moldy tea. It's like a dark corner of my kitchen too, so I would never even think they would go moldy. They have a shelf life of like 4 years. Sue the company might be a good idea. Well, I'm gonna bring it to the doctor I saw and have them test it and see if it's the same like mycotoxin that I like caused my kidney problem like a month ago. OM brand mushroom blend? No idea what that is. How can we ghost your bot mold tea so we can get in on this class action lawsuit? I buy it at Whole Foods, so. And it's not cheap either. It like pisses me off how much it's like $8 a bottle. Fucking moldy $8 bottle. Oh, bastards. SMCI broke 40. Nice. Someone's wrong with their fab, or someone opened it and injected something. Blah. They don't look opened. They look like they're sealed. It's called tease tea. Penny stock tea? What? No, the penny stock was LEV. At least my coffee's not moldy. This is what happens when you try to be healthy. You poison yourself. And pay twice as much. Yeah, exactly. Am I already done trading? Kind of fucking killed it today. GME's looking great. You mean like straight down? Yep, yep. Look at that. Nice. Guess who won't be assigned on their sold calls? This guy. It's okay. They're naked anyway. I wouldn't actually have to buy the shitty stock. I recently got a Costco membership, and I can't believe I've been missing out on this stuff the whole time. So you get for buying tea through an Amazon affiliate. Whole Foods, you mean? It's almost as if you predicted GME price action. I mean, I told everybody when the top was in, and they're like, no, you're wrong. That's not the top. It's going to $200 a share. God, I fucking hate GME holders. Why are they so blatantly ignorant in the face of data? Where's the 1929 trend? It's around like 60.89. It can still squeeze. Yeah, DFE's coming to save them. Cohen's totally not going to dilute again if it goes over $30. You know, all that stuff. Cohen's going to wait till it drops back to 25 and then dilute. That's the kind of asshole he is. DFE handed them all a golden parachute, and the vast majority of them didn't sell. Disgusting. Cohen diluted, and some of them DRS'd more. Is that what Houston Wade is doing nowadays? Just fucking lying to people? That's sad. I thought he had some integrity. No, I didn't. I'm lying. This is why I don't mingle with other YouTubers. XRP pumping is the biggest red flag. The BTC run is over. Well, you can't use BTC. So you gotta pump something that's actually usable. At least Ripple had like close to Visa's payment processing speed. But also be careful of earnings, which is tomorrow, Wednesday. I just want to talk more about my shitty penny stock. Now that it's ripped, I mean, I'm sure you guys are going to want to get in on it. So this company makes electric school buses. It was up 100% earlier. I'm already out. I'm not buying back in. I'll hold your bags. I sold it already. There's no bags left. I missed the top a little bit. I sold at 40 cents, but I'm out. I will point out, though, that this shit was 18 cents a share. No, not a meatball ticker. I don't even think it has an options chain. Oh, it does, but they're like $2.50. They're never, ever, ever going to print. Are we gonna test 50? I don't know if we can. The JPM collar is fresh. Find another one of those and tell us ahead of time. I would never talk about something that shitty. Idiot trade at the collar? Maybe. Yeah, I might sell some options there. As soon as we get within $5 of 50, a bunch more calls get sold. Yeah, because everybody's gonna be just super confident that the collar is gonna hold it in place. If they test the collar, the JPM's gonna dump their hedge, which is bearish as fuck. Lev has options. I don't think it's going up any more than it already has. Also, its options are at like $2. I think today they're like I bought it because they had like bonds, like well bond a senior revolving credit deal needed to be redone, and they decided to lay off like a bunch of people today, but they extended their deadlines. Oh, they're definitely getting delisted. Did you mention AGL on your meatball thing? I have no idea if it's on there or not. Yeah, it is. What about it? Looks like it was getting some support at Delta or Gamma Neutral. Delta Neutral's at $2.70. These stocks that are like under $1, very, very unpredictable. I wouldn't honestly trust any kind of analysis on their options chain. How toast am I trying to get out of DVN at 44? I don't know. What do you want out? Because the price keeps dropping? I don't think it's ridiculous. I mean, nat gas is starting to move, and if nat gas moves, that's very good for DVN. They're a little more exposed on that side of things, but I mean, it's fairly cheap. Their margins just haven't been picked up in a while, and they've been spending a lot of money. But there's a lot more bullish interest on it, like 6, 9 months out. Did you get the special dividend? Just too much weight, and I need to cut half my position to use elsewhere. Oh, yeah. I mean, you might have to wait a little while. Cash flows were really bad in quarter three. Liabilities went up. They've been spending a lot of money, so I don't think things are bad though. I mean, their assets are growing roughly at the pace that their liabilities are growing, and their debt to equity ratio is still pretty good. It's like point 0.65 over the last couple of quarters, which is up a bit, admittedly, but not as bad as it was during like the pandemic and stuff. So it's improved quite a lot. I don't they're not like going out of business right now or anything. They're just, not benefiting from margin expansion. Well, not much. But a bump in nat gas prices would be big for them. And that's kind of been the problem, is that nat gas has just been wrecked. Yeah, I mean, I don't see like a near term exit, but as winter progresses, if nat gas demand remains high, that could help improve their margins. And if their margins start to look positive and their guidance picks up alongside it, that would probably be very good for their share price. Yield's still like 5.5%, so I mean it's still kicking Treasury's ass. I don't know if you're averaging or not, or like dollar cost averaging. If we could do this all day, what, bounce between 35 and 40? That in the current div is minimum, but they're using it to buy back shares, so I'm happy. Yeah, the share buybacks are okay. I want to sell more Palantir calls. All right. What are you expecting from SMCI after the news? I'm holding 50 Jan 17 calls. Well, I hope it keeps going up. There's a bunch of bullish interests, like up at 40. So it should hopefully keep performing. At least that would be ideal. Gamma Max is at like 77. There's some call interest out at like 45, 50, 60. But yeah, above 40, Gamma just starts going up pretty much every strike. It picks up a little bit more, like all the way out to like 65. I also have Jan 1750s. I've sold a lot of them, but I still also have a lot of them. bought in heavy pretty quickly. We had CSPs out. Gas oil tanked. Ah. Don't worry, the Middle East won't stop fighting with each other. What was the SMCI news? Panel found that there was no evidence of fraud. Ooh, we're gonna get that 50 test? ES is kind of inching its way back up to retest the trend here on the 15. There's the prior high. That's what, fucking... Oh, I guess I'll just set it at the new one, which is 60.62. I might get a slightly higher high. It's very, very toppy. To support at 60.50 here. We bounced a little higher this morning, but held the 60.34. Wonder if that should just be 35 now. It's kind of moved up a bit. Yeah. Here's the trend test. Now, do I short this? Puts. 20. Yeah, the collar is at 60.55. Although somehow I moved it. But there's a bunch of sold calls at 50 too. You guys ever go to Costco and just buy like $1,000 worth of Uber Eats gift cards? I'm surprised they let you do that. I do it with I'd buy them with my cashback credit card too. What's up, Gilgamesh? Pickles Picks have said you've been sick the whole time. I have. Yeah, I've been sick for like a month. Like a little over a month, I think. Although I did find out I'm poisoning myself slowly today, so that's cool. Isn't what where what was? Yeah, yeah, par for the course. Yeah, I bought like $3,000 of Uber Eats and DoorDash gift cards. It was the holidays. I'll treat myself, you know. No, it's like $80 for $100 of fucking fake food cash. So it ends up being cheaper than buying the actual food at the restaurant. Because I have the subscription thing. Yeah, it makes the deliveries free, and then I get 20% off everything I order because Costco sells the gift cards at 80%. So it's like $79.99 for $100 worth of gift cards. How are you slowly poisoning yourself? So all that green tea that I'm always drinking, I pulled like a bottle all the way out of my pantry today, and it was filled with like slimy black mold just floating around in the tea. Meanwhile, Uber Eats dials up the prices. Well, yeah, so they do. They like most restaurants in the city raise their prices on Uber Eats by like 10%, but I still save 10%. So it ends up being like if I went and ordered the food directly from the restaurant and cut out the middleman, it would be more expensive than buying the food with Uber Eats gift cards. Mold never killed anybody. Awesome. Wasn't the collar at 60.50? It was. It rolled at the end of the end of that trading day. I wrote a strongly worded letter to a company this morning and they gave me free stuff. Want me to help you? I don't want free moldy tea. You finally found the mold I put in your tea? You son of a bitch. Fungal tea. Uh, Thoughts on Uber? Oh, they're a garbage company. What do you want to know about them? What's the extra in the cents short position on SPX? The 2 cents shorts? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if they're still there. Hold on. I have to look further out. I'm only looking at today's expiry right now. I'll look out into like OPEX. Mhm. Mm, there's still cent shorts into the end of this week at 6,000 and 59.50. There's a pretty big wall of sold puts though between 35 and 6,000 that's propping up price action for now, and then above 60.50, a ton of sold calls. So 60.50 is still pretty solid resistance. It looks like it'll be hard to push up over that, at least meaningfully. However, there is a decent amount of support before getting anywhere near those synthetic shorts. The one at 59.50 is pretty big. That's like 10K contracts. The 6,000 one, bit smaller, like 2,900. So I don't know what day they expire on, but sometime before the end of this week. See if I remove the. They might be. Let me see if they're Friday. Yeah, the 5950 is on Friday. Oh, actually no, the 5950 isn't. The 6000 is on Friday. Most of the 5950 is on Thursday and Friday. Yeah. So Thursday and Friday looks to be most of the synthetic short position. They didn't roll at $5. They just rolled it that same night to $5 higher. So a lot of the times they'll place the collar intraday, and then depending on the closing price, they'll adjust it. But that was, back in September. Looking at GS, do you think $40 is safe for end of week CCs on DVN? Give me a minute and I can tell you. Yeah, 40 looks to be pretty solid resistance. 40, 50, 40 is definitely resistance to the upside on DVN. A breakout above 40, 50. Kind of hard to move higher, but there is a lot of options interest out at like 45 to 47, and then from there out to like 55, things get quite bullish. But yeah, from 40 to 45, gamma's pretty flat. There's not a lot of interest on the chain, and 45 is definitely like the local peak. Or 40 is like the local peak, sorry, 40, 50. There's a synthetic long for tomorrow at 60.35. Long calls at 20. Short calls for tomorrow at 50. Some of the support down at 35 is pulling back here. It looks like 50 is going to be pretty solid resistance. So probably the same as earlier. Looking at a failure at 42 for a retest of 35, failure at 35, down to 60-20. Some profit taking though going on. When the last moldy infusion wears off, will the hallucinations that are the pickle jar cease to exist? Asking for all my friendly pickles. Maybe. You see my Roblox DD I sent last week? I didn't. Short the first test at 50? I already bought a put before the 50 test. I don't know if we actually test 50. Is SMCI looking to break out to 50 with the news catalyst? I hope so. That's where my calls are. Isn't this week supposed to be mad bearish? Why? I mean, I don't think mad bearish, but I think we could get a failure of the top locally. Unless labor's hot as fuck, in which case, yeah, it could be. Bad time to go all in on SPXS. Mm, hmm. Possibly. What are we looking at? 40, 60, 42.1? Where do I have that fucking line? 60, 42, 10. There we go. Wait, no, give me my money back. If you look at Carvana, it's pooping today. It's got a shitload of support at like it's like 250, 255. We looked at it yesterday. I don't think 2% is pooping. It's up like 3,000%. It's not going anywhere till their payment in kind falls off. Otherwise, their cash flows are going to keep being misrepresented. Another failure of 42 would be neat. Yeah, probably a bit of chop before then. But I could see it failing if we have enough time. It's only noon. The call sellers aren't being particularly shy at these prices. Oh, yeah. Jesus. What the fuck is going on with the upload? Yeah, let me check that. I'm not sure if that's actually better. Looks like the legacy servers and the primary servers are both fucked. Hmm. When you see that support at 35 pulling back, that could mean that the next test would break down harder, but it could also mean they're rolling up out that support. Yeah, it could mean that. It may mean that they're gonna start selling puts at a higher price. So far, they're not though. Like, I'm not really seeing any new puts come in near spot. Maybe they're selling the 50 a little bit. Mm, not much though. Some tiny 0 DTE synth long at 60.45. Like 600 contracts entered on the drop here. Well, 1,200 total contracts. So 600 per leg. What's on Google for stream buffering? It looks like the bit rate's getting better. I don't know. Maybe it's still shit. Are they doing any call buying? There's a synth long at 45, but like a small one. That's what's pushing us up with so much call selling, put selling. Stream talked about selling Carvana calls at Gamma Max. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's not going up a ton more, but it's very well supported. Ooh, very close to the 50 test. Where does that put us on the US? 60, 64. Slightly above trend. Volume's falling off. Mm, a little bit of profit taking on the 40, 35. 45 is still slightly supportive though. If you were to sell puts here, what strike would you look at? I wouldn't sell fucking puts here. Puts? On what, SPX? I don't know. If I had to sell them, like, I would have sold them at 35. I wouldn't sell them up here. 60, 50? Oh, I thought you were just like really high when you sent me that. I didn't realize that was actual DD. 100% profits on Elf. Straight into the SPX dumpster. Nice. What kind of oopsie did you make? Did chat forget what puts and calls are? I don't know. How was your Thanksgiving break? Wind down. Also, how now, brown cow? I can't answer the last one. Um, but probably topping out around here locally. So maybe some down towards the back half of this week with labor data. Um, Thanksgiving was all right. Ooh, tested 50. A little bit. I knew I should have sold my 40p on the 35 support. Oh, that's what I did. Earlier, before I was on, I traded this. It was nice. Same, but I didn't get out. Oh no. We might not go back there again. That's a funny joke. Down. Where down's the you know Carvana's down today, Poopy. I think the problem you're having with SPX Nuke is that you're expecting big fat gains, and most of the money made on SPX is like shitty 10 to 20% returns. Which is where I should have closed this dog shit put I'm holding. That's exactly it. Yep. I know. But the cool thing about SPX is that you can get 20% returns, 10 to 20% returns, like 40 times a day. We're in this together now. Ship goes down with the captain. 10-20% returns, rookie numbers, trend 95% losses. That could get me. I'm up today. Hmm. I'm up too. Took an entire bottle of Hims. Nice. How high can SMCI be boinged this week by Gamma? 40 was kind of the local top for the positioning that existed before this morning, but I'm sure more is gonna build to the upside with today's news. Oh, cool. They just fucking upgraded my my fiber at no additional cost. That's nice. Huh. Fancy. Yeah, SMCI is having a good day. CSPs on SMCI is safe then? No. Just because some random panel decided that there was no fraud doesn't mean there's actually no fraud. But they are hiring a new CFO. So totally no fraud, right? Kirk win fraud. I mean, I was long fraud, so it's tough to have that thrown in my face. Companies that fire their CFO immediately after being accused of fraud are never guilty of fraud, right? That's what I learned in school. Jesus fucking Christ, why is the bitrate so bad? Are you guys having like issues on your end? Oh god, it's getting worse. Where are you getting all these tiny pieces of furniture, man? The pinwheel keeps showing up when I'm watching live. I don't know if it's YouTube or me. It seems like there's not a ton of buffering, but the upload speeds are atrocious. We need to bring back corporate courts, like the Dutch East India Company. Mm. But that was just so they could behead people they didn't like. Well, hang them. And then take their shit. ton of buffering, and Greg hasn't seen any of the complaints about it. I just asked. No, I haven't. Maybe YouTube's just blocking the complaints. I don't know. I'm not looking at that data. You're gonna have to give me a second. Um, yeah, the Synthlong's still open at 45, but the bot call side of it's fallen off a bit. So there's been some profit taking here at the top. It's down about 300 contracts. So about almost half of what was at the strike. A little less than half. I use the audio from Discord and the video from YouTube. It doesn't always line up, but Discord audio rarely buffers on me, so at least that works. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the YouTube ingest. Yeah, it just keeps like dropping off. This has been going on for a while now. I thought it was fixed for like the last week or so, but it seems to be doing it again. I'll try switching back to the... Hmm. What the fuck? That's just way worse, right? No? It's better? It looks like the upload speeds are faster on the legacy server, but the like buffering's really, really terrible. Keep saying words, it's fine. Alright. Oh, there he goes. Oh, that's like a full connection. Okay, cool. Nice. Give it 10 seconds, it'll fail. Is a rejection here likely? Not necessarily, but kind of hard to move much higher. Probably dependent on NQ. I think NQ's propping up a lot of this anyway. Like the SPX positioning isn't particularly strong. You've been sick as long as the buffering has been a problem. I knew you became AI long ago. This is just proof. Wow. Rude. The algos have moved on from content and now just care about server choice. I don't know why I'm not getting any bandwidth on the primary servers. Usually those are way fucking better. But I've been streaming on the legacy servers almost entirely for the last like 2 weeks because I can't get any upload on the primary ones. Just one more reason that I should fucking stream on Twitch. I'll let you know when I return to the surface in glorious splendor. Wait, what's happening? Wait, are you building the cheat code? Also, when are our BMs gonna get more sensitive? What now? I don't think I stuttered. I'm going deep to finish our final feature. Interesting. Lol, never. Might be mega sensitive. We'll push that shit to NPR. Hmm. To just close on a test at 42? Can we test 42? Or are they just gonna keep fucking piling into support here? My SMCI 50 calls are now at $4.60. I really want them to go in the money. Ooh, I'm profitable again. I should close this. Oh, but the greed. He, in fact, did not close them. I mean, is it too much to want $12? I've waited long enough. At least 6, right? Succulent $6. I've been waiting for the 1970 55 gap to fill for 70 years now. I'd go long as fuck on the SPX at $55. 21,215 NQ. That'd be like a retest at 40, 42. No, stop selling the fucking put, you son of a bitch. How'd they go again? Motherfuckers. 4260. Move back up. $42.80. Hmm. 15.25. Interesting. Gap at 46.05. Small one though. They might still be netting off their short puts here. This may not be a reversal. Don't like it. Okay. So yeah, just slip the synth line. It's not even a big synth line. Bullshit strike. Fuck you, get squeezed out. Hate this shit. Greedy fucks. It's okay, guys. Just sell more puts. This is where a continuation down becomes more unlikely, right? What do you mean? Also, fuck that synth line. Let's hit 35 again. That's what I'm saying. It's not a very big synth line. Also, if we fall under it, it'll become resistance, which would be cool. I have a feeling they're just going to pile into more of it, though, because that's what they do. So it's all up to NQ to dump it. Mm. So that is kind of failing. Bit of NQ support failure. Just 5. Slightly lower high. Just 40. If we get a failure, probably cut this if we get a failure to 40, I think. 43.20. So this is moving up. That's not bullish. I don't think Discord audio is down. I just wasn't saying anything. I was looking at something. Is kind of failing the same as kidneys? Good question. We'll see. We need NQ to sell off. SPX is probably too well supported at spot to do it on its own. Or Dow. Dow or NQ selling off would be pretty good here. If the synthetic long at 45 goes out of the money, it flips the gamma profile at spot. So they're going to try to defend it. They were not going to be able to defend it if futures sells off. That's what ideally you want to watch is NQ. Which does look like it's failing its bounce. That's kind of cool. What's that? Ooh, fancy. Mm. Holy fuck, this is boring. Just gonna sit here and burn theta. Hey Glock, semi-serial question. We keep saying that the market is not the economy, but when does so much wealth get concentrated in this bubble market that it starts becoming the economy? That's not how that works. I mean, well, it, hmm, hmm. We're already there, but that has an inverse relationship with credit spreads. So you can only push it so far before it breaks. What's the line you just raised up? It's just support. We only have Yellen for a bit longer. It's true. But that doesn't mean the next administration's not going to try to implement YCC as well. Knife is still fairly caught here. Interesting. Yeah, another failure. It's pretty bullish, right? Maybe erratically so, but all right. I'm gonna push up again. What's ES doing? ES also looks a little weaker. ES had a lower low. Wait, 50, 60, 59. Oh, same low, double bottom. Head and shoulders at 60, 64, which is still a little bit to the upside. What did RC do no share offering at $32 last week? Is he an idiot? I mean, I think so. But that's just like my opinion. Right, well, Intel up on news. Intel CEO is retiring. Oh, thank God. That's legitimately bullish. Are they basically Japanifying themselves? Yeah, because they're facing like a mounting housing crisis. Thanks, Rims and Tims. Did he do a share offering? Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure he'll just wait for it to fall back to like 25 and then do one. Does anyone here live in Myrtle Beach? How is it? I live in Charleston. Hmm. I have a friend who does. She said it's awful. That's not why I was asking Rims and Tims. God, your jealousy knows no bounds. Thanks, Brett. Ah, you got him. Get wrecked. That doesn't work. You shouldn't be poor after EPAM. After you full ported EPAM and made a fortune. Because you totally didn't overhold it. MP is great for rental properties. Interesting. That's why I asked. Did a bear call spread on GME this AM. My son did a bear put spread. Both are printing nicely, but is one a better choice than the other in this circumstance? Thanks. Um, the price improvement on the bear call should be slightly better, but they're basically the same. Buying coastal real estate, Goric? Looking to commit insurance fraud? No. What? Got another buddy underwater in Netflix? No. I have a friend who's developing some property there, and he wants money. I'm thinking about it. Curious. Can we actually fail this afternoon? Futures has to sell off, but potentially. Yeah, we could. Hmm. What does failure look like? Probably, I don't know, maybe 40. I don't think we get a retest at 35. Although, it's not impossible. Futures would have to sell off really hard though. Right now we're forming the world's slowest inverse or slowest head and shoulders. Give me 1 second. No earnings call for what? I said I was only gonna drink today if it was boring. Anyway, I'm kind of fucked up right now. Cheers, Pickle. Thanks, Daniel. Congratulations. Jimmy Specularian. Ah, I see. 1 second. This price action is shameful, and the entire nation should be ashamed of it. I just want NQ to fucking sell off. Got a lower low. Just need to break the 21,215 support. Opens up a move down. I don't know if we'll get back to. Yeah, I don't know if we'd get back to 2141, but maybe like 2170. 21,170. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. The fake Gherks are ridiculous. Has Jimmy had an actual earnings call since the Furlong incident? I don't think so. I used to respect fake Gherk. Why? He cared. I see. Weird. Oh, their options chain finally opened up? That's interesting. I mean, I don't want to buy it. It's still more money than I want to spend on it, but it is interesting that their options chain opened back up again. Fake Gherks? You mean you're not worried about how my port is doing? Not in the fucking slightest. Ooh. Starting to buy back a little bit higher. Slow bleed, but a bleed nonetheless. What's up, Snickers? You said the video looks bullish Monday, but only if it crossed 140. Yeah. Yeah, not particularly impressed with its returns today. You mean on NQ? No, 140 on NVIDIA. We're talking about NVIDIA. You have to wait until their payment in kind is done. Otherwise, yes, technically. I mean, it's not squeezing per se, but it's not failing.
What in the butt put their pickle in my jar? In the chaos of Wall Street, a trader charged headfirst into SPX put options, dragons breathing fear and greed. Armed with overconfidence and barely a plan, they swung wildly, winning some, losing more. Each loss burned deep, their account bleeding like a battlefield. 3.
Nice. When do we fill the SPX gap at 6,000? Not today. Is there one? Yeah, it's small. No one gives a shit about that. Are the Greeks fixed? I don't think they're fixed right now, no. If this wicks down to 60, 44, 80 and bounces, I'm going to be quite upset. You mean 60, 40, 12? That would be upsetting. But I feel like I'd also just be okay with it. So much... Is it buffering again? What a fucking piece of shit.
Whippity wop put their pickle in my jar. Boom TSS BADA boom TSS check check wub wub bap. Doomdar SKRR pop wicka wicka wa. Ticka tacka thump thump clap check boom POW. BRTSS DADAKA check wawa WAH. Drop the bass. BRR boom check check POW.
Did you expect... Never
Flip
mind.
the snare. TSS TSS bap bap POW. 3.
Anyone claims Spanish citizenship by descent? I'm not sure if it works the same way as Italian citizenship, but I've tried that. It's quite a process. You need to get a lawyer in that country, ideally. Hmm. I'm up 200% on my Carvana puts. You told me wouldn't do anything. I didn't say they wouldn't do anything. I said there was support on Carvana.
Down with the SPXness, put their pickle in my jar. UWHHHH. Get down with the SPXness. The price is falling down. No forgiveness. Come on, get down with the SPXness. Margins
What the
calling now.
fuck
It's
are
relentless.
these?
Madness is the truth and the trend is vicious. Get down with the SPXness. 3.
Twerk's making money today? NQ's still failing. I wonder how hard it has to sell off before the price actually fucking goes down. Hmm. Can Ko-Fi give you autism? I don't see why not. RRP 135. Ooh, fancy. I want NQ to slip 21 too here. Vol's going up, so that's probably a good sign. And we're just under the synthetic long.
Gherkin, I put their pickle in my jar. Beat BOOP beat BOOP beat BOOP beat BOOP beat BOOP beat
What the
BOOP
fuck
beat
is going on
BOOP
with
beat
this
BOOP
today?
beat BOOP 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 skibbity boopity boppity blammer whammer hammer 3.
Nice. I like the end. I hit the devil's lettuce pen at work to cope. At lunch, I get higher than a giraffe's bussy. Nice. Is this the MM just trying to hit stops? No, there's a big, well, not big, but there's a synthetic long at 45 that they're trying to keep in the money while futures bleeds. Desperately trying to keep in the money? That's a little strong. Atomic Soul Fuba calls at 180 and stuffed the
O put their
run.
pickle in my jar blip glorp went down glorp 3.
I can't tell if it's Dork trolling me or Popcorn Trader's bored at work. Everyone's bored right now. Well, I'm really glad that NQ got a bid. It's really awesome. When does the yuan hit the boom zone? Interesting. It doesn't really have a boom zone per se.
Wrong put their pickle in my jar wrong rong brong gong mong long bong pon 3.
What the fuck is going on right now? Not popcorn, I guess. That seems like an accurate statement.
Definitely not dorks pickle put their pickle in my jar bum bum TSS. Bum bum TSS. Bum bum TSS. Bum bum TSS. We will pickle rocket you. 3.
What the fuck is going on? Definitely not Dork's pickle. But then who?
Okay, I'm done. I swear, put their pickle in my jar.
Oh my god, it's Nuke. That makes so much more sense.
3.
It's gotta be. I don't know who else would do this. Why does it keep going on? Is tomorrow going to be more exciting than this? Maybe. But not definitely. Ugh. Mm-hmm. It is a big data day this week. Tomorrow and Friday. Hey, part of the reason today is boring is gonna be because of Jolts tomorrow. $6,000 tomorrow? If Labor Data's weak. Ooh, momentum? No. Well, if it breaks through 45, then yes. NQ is pushing into 21,200 though. So if there's momentum to be gained, it'll be from the sellers there. Put 6044 Invictus on my headstone, please. The bounce off the distribution on NQ failed, so that's kind of cool. And it's starting to lose 2200. Which means the synth long on SPX might actually go out of the money. It's starting to. And then if the gamma can flip on that, we could potentially lose 40. Loss of 40 could go down. That line's still relevant, although I'm not sure it's still in that spot. Where is that? 60, 43, 20? Where do I have it right now? Oh, okay. It's in the right spot. You think Trumperinos for cereal on his tariffs? I don't know. I mean, like, he promised all kinds of shit last time, didn't do a fucking thing. So I can't say I'm particularly worried about it. I'm not putting anything on your headstone, Brett. You're gonna make it through. A 100% tariff on bricks, boys, would fuck some shit up. Yeah, like our economy. Tariffs are bad. Not inherently, but when other countries start retaliating, it gets rough. Quite rough indeed. Can't stop, won't stop selling puts. They're trying to save their synthetic line. That doesn't mean they'll be successful. because future sellers don't give a flying fuck about their synthetic long. And they will dump their NQ position regardless. It's just a question of if they can create enough support while NQ is dumping to absorb the hit. Interesting how Popcorn Trader shows up after the Ko-Fi stop. It's true. And one of them did say win down. But I've also never heard a Popcorn Trader use the word skibidi. Negotiating better trade deals isn't a bad thing for the USA. That's fucking retarded. Haven't you taken an economics class? Where do you get this shit? Are you just perpetually on Facebook? What's going on with you, poopy pants? There's never in the history of tariffs has there been a single tariff enacted internationally that was beneficial to anyone. The American consumer likes to buy cheap shit. We don't want to pay more money to buy American shit. American shit sucks. This isn't fucking 1940. Pull your head out of your ass. The last good thing we made was like the Sherman tank and Fords up until 1972. You get some 19-year-old in there who's been gooning for 6 weeks and you think your fucking manufacturing output's gonna be worthwhile. He just took the job so he could foot his $1,000 a month OnlyFans bill. We just don't live in that world anymore. Trade deals? There's no fucking trade deals. No one's gonna want to make deals with Trump. He didn't make any fucking beneficial trade deals last time. He just said a bunch of shit and then went and played golf. Don't you dare speak ill of my Buick Grand National. No, I'm not. Because unlike you, I don't let my political leanings influence my analysis. Hmm. I'm starting a new exercise regime, a kind of hit fetishism. I call it CrossFit. Oh, interesting. Bullish. Your audio's cutting out the first syllable of everything you say. That's because the ingest servers keep dropping the data stream. Thanks for your input, Trader B. Fubo up at Jefferson. Nice. Is there data? They're just taking a breather after running to 4.5%. It's because the carry trade's breaking down. People are pulling risk off the carry. Why would you think I trade based on politics, though? Because that would be a terribly misinformed approach. Because you're making factually incorrect statements based on political beliefs. Netflix should just buy Fubo. Should they? Hmm. He has alternative facts. I know. I see that. New conspiracy. AWS is intentionally throttling YouTube, so people switch to Twitch. What makes you think YouTube's using AWS? Well, they probably are, actually. Yeah, never mind. When's the USA negotiating better? Let me see the formation of these better trade deals. Let's see where one happens that doesn't lead to higher consumer costs across the board. I'm sure it's right around the corner, man. Just like in 2016 when he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna make the Mexicans build my fucking wall." That worked out. The man is a consummate con artist. He has never been successful in a single business enterprise that he has attempted. Not one. The only thing he's managed to do is barely keep his father's real estate empire together long enough to play golf every weekend in Florida. You gotta read what I'm saying. I never said it would occur. I'm not doing the double talk. He's not even a great con artist. It's true. It's true. He's a mediocre one at best. I'm gonna move some of my long duration to short duration. Hmm. Got in at 90 for TLT. Okay. Tariffs equal higher prices, equal people spend more money, equal people have less money, equals inflation solved. No. My admin for the 401k isn't going to be happy. Well, it's because you keep moving your allocations every 2 weeks. I can't fix the stream. It's just picking up and dumping the fucking data feed over and over and over again. It's completely fucked. I've tried both servers today. It's not going to get better. Our presidents mostly seek office to avoid prosecution, and that's been the case going back to at least Bush Sr. I'm going to pull the trigger and buy the new Land Cruiser. I think the underground color is best. Thoughts? I didn't even know Toyota still made the Land Cruiser. You should get the Lexus, like, GX. It's way better. How about they just lower prices amongst each other and raise prices on the USA? Like they've done every other time tariffs have been enacted across the history of tariffs. What if they just go, fuck you guys, we'll just work together and make prices cheaper for us and charge you more? What makes you think the American consumer is so fucking valuable right now? Europe's not gonna fucking let us raise their when their economies are failing and they're facing deflation. I don't think that's what my point was, but about cost arb between USA and foreign countries. Then what's it about? New deals with Argentina. Oh, goody. No, iPhones just won't be made. China will just cut us off rare earth minerals, of which we import like 99%. Here's what's gonna happen. Absolutely fucking nothing. I'm not being obstinate. tariff everyone, and then we invade. It's ridiculous. Hmm. Argentina is technically a competitor. Soy, beef, wine. I am beef wine. Very philosophical. Trump doesn't like Disneyland. Hmm. What you getting for lunch today? I don't know. I'm very hungry. Tariffs until popcorn trader is big rich. You'd love that, wouldn't you? You're telling me that the stream's choppy like it's my fucking fault. I can just end it. I don't give a shit. And NQ's trying. It's trying to do down piece. Tariffs would mean that my Japanese whiskey and Kobe beef is going to be more expensive. If they're actually enacted, sure. Don't end it. I need your sweet stonk ASMR. Thanks, man. I do be like a phoenix today. Well, tech's slipping, so they gotta pump something. It'll work. Ooh, it's kind of solid out of the gate. Fancy. Maybe your fiber upgrade is too much for the servers to handle. So was the last one. Yeah, it just kind of decayed. Maybe you guys like the stream or something and they'll give me more bandwidth. I don't know how it works. You think we just chop around 6K until Jan? No, I think we could lose 6K. But there is a shitload of put interest at like 58.50. That's probably going to keep us above that level into the end of the year. Maybe Kenny's doxing your stream because you're showing us his MM book. I don't think so. Wait, I don't even have that up on the stream. I could. Are we in Vega Puts territory yet? Not too far off. VIX 3M's still above 16 though. I have a feeling it's gonna stay above 16. It's fairly close to the level where I bought puts. Ooh, fancy. Hmm. This is our shot. Maybe. What if we compromise and you wear a tank top? Did you sell calls yet? Earlier. I haven't sold any puts yet, although I would like to, including the ones I'm holding. Are my super chats going through? I see it. Thanks for the root play. Sold my short leg for 165% gains. And the test of 95. Nice. Also, can you check out Oklo? Uh, what about it? It looks like it's just hung up at its local high. You know what's great about this jasmine tea? The total lack of molds. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything here that's particularly compelling. It looks like they don't make money. And they went up on purely speculation. Oh, this is one of the fucking we're gonna power all the AI with nuclear bullshit stocks. And it looks like there's a shitload of sold calls above it. He doesn't run it, he's just on the board. What the fuck is PHO? So the perfect kind of company to buy. Yeah. Seemed like a greasy play. That and LBRT. Yeah, I've seen both of them. You know what's more realistic, though, is that companies that already have deployed energy solutions will benefit from the increased demand for energy, rather than companies with visions of energy in the future that don't exist. Always buy fraud, yeah. But it's already up. I mean, 6044 or 6059, ES Invictus, your choice on my tombstone. Ah, so polarized. Oh, is Riley gonna shit the bed? Fine. Hmm. Get past the. Is your fraud thesis on MSCI broken now? Why? They just had like an independent panel claim that there was no fraud. There's no like actual investigation. They also fired their CFO because there was totally no fraud. Which means there's just undisclosed fraud, and that's still bullish. Also, I want my 50 calls to go in the money. Well, of course. Of course it was a panel they paid. I don't think B. Riley was good at their fraud. I don't know, they kind of got out of it and no one's gone to jail. Well, at least no one from B. Riley's going to jail. My boss thinks I'm baseless and wrong for thinking quantum computing negates encryption. How do I convince a non-idiot that I'm right? I mean, how much does he know about, like, 256-bit encryption? Like, do you have to explain to him how encryption works? Most encryptions based on like large integers or like solving logarithms. And quantum computers are supposed to use, I mean, they're supposed to use entanglement, so they're able to solve those things much faster. And it gets rid of like Shores and Grover. Well, at least presents big challenges to those algorithms. But it's also not like an immediate concern. I mean, there's no quantum computers. When quantum BTC mining issue shares, mine BTC, issue more shares. We're working on it, Nick. Hey, look at that. Ah, yes, break even. Exactly what I wanted out of this. Can we go down like a little bit more here? Gamma's negative. Let's ride the wave. This is the fucking dream, Nuke. We could go all the way to 60, 40, 80. Dad money. Yeah, I know. Oh god, they're selling the 45 so hard. NQ just needs to bust through and sell off. Nice, Jacob. Don't worry about it, man. I'm glad you got out at break even. Come on, NQ. Fuck the Bulls. Let's go. Look at VWAP. So tempting there at 21, 125. Is Nvidia red on the day yet? Ooh, shit. It is. Just fail a little harder. Harder with big red. Ah, oh, lame. You shorting it? What? Who thought cinnamon flavored gum would take over the world? Not this guy. It's good to be surprised once in a while. Labor market strong, SPX down. Labor market weak, SPX down. Bite me. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. It depends on how the bond market reacts to strong labor. If they're going to price up inflation expectations, it's still going to be stronger dollar, stronger tech. I think I fucking hate everything about this price action. So they're still trying to sell the 45 and the 40. But if we slip the 40 while they're selling it, they're big fucked. And the downside pressure on NQ is decent. I mean, we got some volume on that last drop. This 2,900 CTA positions are probably taking profit around here. When it was pretty big, it was like 50 or 60,000 contracts. So it provided a lot of support for Friday's upside move, but there's no reason for them to hold on to them at this point. And if they sell off the entirety of that position, a pullback to like 2,100 seems more than reasonable, if not lower. And our gamma at spot here is negative. Goes positive back above 60, 43, 80. Or no, delta's negative. Gamma's still a little positive, sorry. Gamma's positive until 60, 41, 30. Which is roughly where we tested on the downside. They've slowed their pace of selling on the 60-45 put, the in the money put, so they're getting a little scared. But I don't know if we're going to drop hard enough for them to get shaken out. Gotta lose 41. If we lose 41, they can get shaken out. We could test 35, maybe 30. Losing 30 is actually quite bearish. Yeah, well, even losing 35 would be pretty bearish. The next, like, solid support's 20. I don't think we lose 35, though. Like, best case, we test it here. Hold on. All right. Oh, oh, hey. Okay, stopped out at the perfect time. Yep, looks like support at 60.41. Now, if that can get. Remember, Gamma's crushed on this side of the synth short, so a breakout at 43 is not inherently bullish, but a breakout at like 44.50 would be. Mhm. Sorry, 1 second. I mean, it's 2:30, so support there is probably that's probably the end of it. And that was not a very profitable short. Yes, at VWAP, and it wasn't enough for me. I'm hopeless. Dude. Oh god, he's doing the unmanaged position strategy. What's that? Does JBY tenure have an upper limits where the MOF steps in? I think the MOS is more fixated on the FX markets than they are the yield on the tenure. You came back to close the put. Yeah, I got an okay exit on it. At least I didn't lose money on it, I guess. Didn't make much. It was alright. I feel like trading futures would have been better today. Staying away from the SPX. Not enough range, really, for options. Earlier it wasn't so bad. Yeah, like back here, but now it kind of sucks. Too much decay. This is still failing to break above the synthetic line. They're gonna have to put their backs into it a bit. Could we test 50 again? Yeah. We could. Yeah, there it goes. It broke above 60, 44, 50. If they can get this synthetic line back in the money, the gamma will flip more favorably to the bull side. And that'll be support, like that 45 level will be supportive again. Yep, there it goes. Why didn't you close when you were just... God damn it. It would have been a GFE, and I wasn't break even on the day yet. Hmm. I dreamed of more. How's that? How's it? Never mind. You have to understand, I'm so bad at this. I mean, I do. I do, Brett. It's a fun job though, real fun. It is fun. I'll give you that. It's pretty fun. Maybe you'll get lucky and NQ will just dump since it didn't bounce that much. You just call this a diamond top so we can rip to a new all-time high. Interesting. I suppose. But it's not. Well, actually. Eh, there is one. But let's not go there. Oh, Biden pardons Joe Exotic. That's actually amazing. I do too. Demolition Man takes place in 8 years. Dork won't stop DMing about life imitating art. And all restaurants being Taco Bell. He also said you'd be a sewer person. Man needs more GS work. We've got plenty on deck right now. Why is the VIX being weird? Well, because we keep pushing into a lot of, like, all of our downside moves are pushing into sold puts. Also, NQ's kind of weak, and breadth isn't really coming in strong enough to support anything. Correlation's flat and slightly divergent. Mostly flat. Needs to hit the 1929 high. That's at 60.80, which doesn't look like we're going anywhere near right now. No, I wouldn't. We testing 50? We can. NQ's back over 21 too, so. Mm. Really starting to think BTC made 10x from here. Interesting. That was the pullback. Next up, 60-60. It's gonna be hard for us to push above 50 today. Also, don't forget the collar on the upside. End of quarter announcement. This FOMC. What do you mean? Like as far as them bringing the overnight rate down? I'm aware, Dave. Hmm. Wonder if NQ fails again. Oh, interesting. Hmm. God, this is fucking boring. I'd like us to break 50 and test the color. I don't think we're probably gonna do that either. There's a shitload of sold calls at 50, and every time we get anywhere near it, they just sell more. I like how Pickle Spix has the potential ranges for the trading day and explicitly says chop if XYZ, and then we get chop because of XYZ. That's my favorite too, actually. I know you don't popcorn. Yeah, I hate that. Do you guys want me not to tell you? My favorite is this is a long-term buy and hold, next day up 40%. Well, then you just take profit, right? You've 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 succeeded. Except ATZAF. Still waiting for a dip. Yeah. It's gonna be a little while. It's like a quarter or two early. Do you use any liquidity ratios, ROA calcs, or debt to equity ratios when you do your analysis? Yeah. I use debt to equity. Sometimes I'll do price to sales. I mostly pay attention to cash flows, potential future cash flows, and any upcoming capex that'll give me a discount on something I want to buy. If at one of those, the is out for me personally afternoons when I held the 45p through all of those bounces off of 44. Then it finally dropped immediately after I took the small L at 212. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, there wasn't a lot of range on that drop. It was like, I mean, I think I made like fucking 60 cents on the put I had. It wasn't, it was dog shit. I mean, I paid for lunch, but that's fucking about it. Am I gonna have to double down on Riley? Still bullish on Fubo? Yeah, I don't see any reason not to be. You know they've beat their last like fucking 7 earnings, right? And it's the same fucking price. It's no actually, you know, it's cheaper. I think, yeah, I still think the market's making a mistake pricing them for bankruptcy. You guys ever want to just like sell a leap because it's ruining your intraday performance? Yes. This is why I keep multiple accounts. Oh, look, more call sellers. How exciting. Jesus fucking Christ. Is there a Pickles pick on Riley? No, it's way too risky. I was up like 30% the other day. I probably should have just taken it, but I'm waiting for them to pay off some of their debt with the money that they just got because I think they're gonna issue more and submit their earnings and halt the delisting process. And if they do, very bullish. I think they just got an extension from NASDAQ. One second. Enron is back. I'm about to order more liquor. Wait, what? Like the company? Enron's back with a crypto token, but people believe it's someone who acquired the IP during bankruptcy. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I feel like I need to buy some, right? Riley seems like a zero eventually. Okay, why? Outside the obvious crime, right? Why zero? I mean, they got fucked hard in the acquisition, but it looks like they're going to bail themselves out. And their past performance was decent. I was going with the fact that it makes no money. It seems like a Ponzi scheme. It's a hedge fund. They used to make money. A lot of it. I don't know if I'd want shares on it. Too big a risk for offerings. Ooh. Bulls are going to try to break the call wall? Maybe a little. Mm, not sure they can hold it. On these yield max dividend traps, couldn't you just buy shares and deepen the money puts to remain neutral and then collect the dividend each month? Not quite, but yes. You could offset the the decay and the value of the fund. The big problem with all the yield max things is that you end up not as exposed to the upside gains as you would on if you own the underlying, which means that those ETFs don't really benefit from strong bullish moves. If we had a more moderate bull market where the selling of at the money calls was less detrimental to long-term performance in the fund, then they would probably perform a lot better. But we're not in that market, right? Either things are going up 10% overnight or they're not going up at all. A really savvy investor would probably just go long a basket of the overperforming stocks and sell out of the money calls and short a basket of the underperforming stocks and sell out of the money puts. Fed's Waller, I lean towards supporting a cut in December. Awesome. I hope they cut the Fed funds rate back to 2%. It's not doing anything anyway. Selling more calls here. I have 60 sold calls. So, no. If we move up, test 55, then I might. I've been long SMCI for like 2 weeks now. I mean, I'm not. I probably wouldn't enter now. You missed, like, but it's not. It's. Hmm. It's not that the current entry is bad. It's just a lot riskier, and you kind of missed the boat on the last $20 of price improvement. How are cuts bullish? Dollar up, yields up. Hmm. As long as the yield curve remains uninverted. SPX fall back to 45. Um, not yet. No. Hmm. Yeah, they're still selling some puts at 50. I don't know if we'll close above 50, but it looks like they're going to try to push at least into the collar. Although, I think if we push into the collar, I kind of want to sell the 60 and buy, like, an out of the money put. Talk about Fed cut, you to hike. Mm-hmm. The calls are at 60.55. I don't think the fucking puts matter, but they're down at 54.25. Good entry for those June strikes. Yeah, I might pick up some more. They're actually back to where they were. Just the leap calls on the Jan. Hmm. Fuck's going on with Gamma? Oh wait, did we push through the collar? No. That's fucking weird. Where's VN? I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure where VN is. The data from Friday was like the bid asks were fucked up, which messes up a lot of the calculations. Do you think we can break through VN? Well, I don't know where it is. It's likely that we're above weekly VN right now. Hence the support of synth longs. Um, I don't know where monthly VN is though, but I mean, it's very unlikely that we close above monthly VN. Although maybe not impossible if they can get the collar in the money. The JPM collar is at 60.55. Might be able to test it. Usually when it's this early, like before the collar roll, the tests of the collar lead to like big hedges getting dumped in the futures market, and it causes like a slight correction in SPX. When it's near expiration, it's not as reactive, but we're still pretty far from the expiration on it. Yield curve uninverted again. Yep, positive 1.9%. Was that the last auction for today? What was the last one? 3-6? Yeah, that was it. It was just the 3 and the 6. A 10-year JGB tonight. Red Book in the AM jolts. Some point tomorrow we should have the LMI, which will be interesting. When's the JPM collar roll? The end of every month. The big one rolls at the end of every quarter. What's for tomorrow? I mean, I'm not gonna straddle this. Yeah, maybe I will a little. Like 33.66 or something. Just in case we push up off jolts before selling off. Where's the jam puts? So this collar push makes me wonder if they'll try to break it. Who cares? And I should pull the puts back. I don't know when you have the puts for, but I don't think breaking above the collar makes a difference. It's not like all that supportive on the upside, just a little bit. There's bigger positions, like support positions than the collar already on the chain. Did you read what I wrote about jolts last night? It's just not important. If it's bad, the Fed will cut again, and rates will keep going up. Dude, jolts is the most bullshit fucking measure of labor data that we have. I know the market treats it like it's really important, but it's not. NFP is. And this will be the first month where NFP is not, just completely ignored because of outliers. And the sold puts to the downside for fucking spot are crazy. 7,500 at 60/40, 8,500, or sorry, 7,500 at 45, 8,500 at 40, 7,100 at 35, 6,000 at 30, 55.61 at 25. Yeah, they're just gonna lever this into the collar into the end of the day, it looks like. Bot calls at 35, 40, 45. Nothing above that, though. There's still a shitload of sold puts at 55. Or sold calls. On top of the JPM calls, there's like, for this week, there's another 9,200 calls sold at the 55 level. 10,000 even at 60. Those are going up too. The sold puts I just read off are all 0 DT. If we fail 50, we're gonna go like straight to 40 though. There's fucking no support. Gamma to 45 drops by 240 billion between 50 and 45. This collar stuff is entertaining. It's interesting. Jeff G was a man who gambled bold, bought too many panini, and now he only has one panino. Oh, Gork, where did he go wrong? Wait, wrong song. Love you, Dad. Thanks, Jeff. Would you ever consider streaming games? Such masterpieces like 5 Hearts Under One Roof. Awkward. It's amazing to watch on live data. 50 to 45 is just a cliff dive gamma-wise. Yeah, well, and we were 20 minutes to expiry. They probably hold 50 into close. Can you play us a song? Could I? I do have songs about Dork. Should I just play the Pigeonwell Turkey song? That's not the Dillionaire song. Yeah, that one. It is too. It is not. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta change my output. I'll play it, but it's a Pigeonwell Thanksgiving song. It's not for the pores. God.
Turkey whales with the riches and show. They'd laugh and jeer, they'd boast and sear. Look at those billionaires barely making a year. Peasants with portfolios slow as a snail. Why hedge your bets when you can YOLO like a whale? They mock the billionaires, call them weak and plain, while slapping weekly options like they own the game. Gobble, gobble, turkey whale style, throwing cash at calls like it's going out of style. But when the dust cleared, they were left in despair. No turkey on the table, just the laughs of billionaires. Hey, Dilly, nice straddle, they'd heckle and bark. While you play it safe, we're shooting for the stars. But the stars were volatile, the moon got lost, and the whales were left choking on their trading costs. Meanwhile, the Dillionaires sipped their tea. Who needs greed? We've got dividends. See, their slow grind grew while the whales went broke. Turns out turkey blubber don't float when you're soaked. Gobble, gobble, turkey whale woes blew it on spy puts out the money goo calls. Thanksgiving's coming and the cupboard's bare. Who's laughing now? It's the damn Dillionaires. Peasants with portfolios slow as a snail. Why hedge your bets when you can YOLO like a whale? They mocked the Dillionaires, called them weak and plain, while slapping weekly options like they own the game. Gobble, gobble, turkey whale style, throwing cash at calls like it's going out of style. But when the dust cleared, they were left in despair. No turkey on the table, just the laughs of Dillionaires.
Jesus, look what happened to the 50 call.
They'd heckle and bark. While you play it safe, we're shooting shooting for the stars. But the stars were volatile,
instantaneous
the moon got
30%
lost,
drop.
and the whales were left choking on their trading costs. Meanwhile,
Ouch.
the billionaires sip their tea. Who needs greed? We've got dividends. See, their slow grind grew while the whales went broke. Turns out turkey blubber don't float when you're soaked. Gobble, gobble, turkey whale woes. Blew it all on SY hooks and out the money goo. Calls Thanksgiving's coming and the cupboard's bare. Who's laughing now? It's the damn billionaires. A lesson here for the whales so vain. Greed is
Thanks,
a mistress
Yaga.
who loves to bring pain. While the billionaires ate calm and composed, the turkey whales sat in their gilded fish bowl. Should we beg the billionaires for a little?
Well, there goes $250 billion in gamma.
And dumb, and so they sat, hungry and blue, dreaming of the meals their arrogance blew. So when you're trading, don't get too bold.
It's not as epic as you'd expect
Chasing
it to be.
riches fast can leave you cold. The billionaires slow and steady, they win, while turkey whales YOLO and regret their sins. Gobble, gobble, turkey whale blues. Lost it all to fate and now they're singing the news. Thanksgiving's here, but their plates are bare, while the billionaires feast without a care. Gobble, gobble, learn from the past. If you're chasing riches, don't burn it too fast. The turkey whales broke their wallets bare, and the billionaires laughed, should have played it square. Whoo! Thanksgiving whale blue. When we got the billionaires. A lesson here for the whales so vain. Greed is a mistress who loves to bring pain. While the billionaires ate, calm and composed, the turkey whales sat in their gilded fish bowls. Should we beg the billionaires for a little crumb? No way, we're whales, we're too proud and dumb. And so they sat, hungry and blue, dreaming of the meals their arrogance blew. So when you're
I wrote them, but it mispronounces a bunch of shit. That's usually how I do it, is I write the lyrics and then I feed it into Sono. Otherwise, it just says a lot of nonsensical shit. But if you write them yourself, you can get a somewhat decent song. Now play the bear song. Why? For our 59:45 close. It needs a trumpet or sax solo. What's that, Bravo? PM salute heart heart. You couldn't hear it on Discord, but kazoos are always pretty cool. Yeah, who doesn't love a good kazoo? Alright, let's play sad songs about Dork.
Dork was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on a speedway, fate wasn't kind.
Thanks, Bravo.
Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys.
Does anybody have a lighter?
Place, a whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain.
Synthlong's at 45.
Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud.
But remember, the Synthlong compresses into the end of the day. So technically, like a couple minutes before it closes, the gamma on the Synthlong will collapse, and we could slip through the support. Very unlikely, but it could.
Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
No, dork.
Where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turn to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Very unlikely, but it could. Pickle jar full ports. This is the way. Listen, fortunes have been built on unlikely, but could. Just ideally when you lever the one that happens. Were you an English or music major or minor also in college? I took the required English courses. You know, there's books on songwriting, and it's extraordinarily formulaic. You can just plug words in to a formula, boom, hit single. Now, if your parents work in the music industry and you're moderately attractive, then you can have a career in music. And other people can plug the words into the songs for you. You're pretty much good at everything. Is there anything you're not good at? Interpersonal relationships? You just described every pop country artist. I know. You see how the Synthlong is getting like slippery? Ooh, look, bounce. You can do it, bulls. Close above the collar before jolts. I want to be a major bank with a bullish position on SPX. Well, it was getting slippery, so they tripled down on it. That's how they do it. Ooh, wait, can I get the out of the money? Don't fail. There's 7 minutes to pump this to 60-60. Triple down again at 45. Here comes NVIDIA to save the day. If they want to try to pop it through the collar, the last 5 minutes are definitely the moment where it's possible. Give it up. 356. Man, 21 months already. Good thing my wife has no idea how much money I spend on my membership. Excellent. Let's keep it that way. Don't let her get a hold of your phone like C-Mail does. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia got very wonky there for a tick. If they could get the 50 call in the money, charm will flow the other way. I think it's kind of ugly. Like, all of those would basically just go to like 100 delta. There's quite a lot. She figured out she could put my fingerprint in while I sleep. Crafty. So much for your biometric authentication. You need to do what JFresh did and switch all your passwords to your glands. That way you wake up when someone's attempting to use it. Not the most bullish close. No, they failed. I mean, they kept it above the synth long, which is, I guess, mostly what they cared about. And the 45 puts ended up 45 calls ended up closing in the money, like the long calls. But yeah, no, not where they wanted to be. It's about 2,000 puts at 60.50 that ended up closing in the money there. Butthole biometrics would be more secure. That's actually true. You're a 3-year-old pickle today? Congratulations, Jen. Actually, I tackled him and got his thumbprint that way. Perfect. I'm so proud of you, CML. 2 months here and you're already becoming a degenerate. Sleep with gloves on? Sounds uncomfortable. Alright. Well, we ground up into the bottom of the lower trend here for the majority of the day, but we did fail the third breakout of that trend. This is very common behavior when the market's like kind of grinding into Vega neutral as bulls attempt to outrun the short positions, the short put positions that the is long. There's a few instances of this happening previously as well. However, if Vega neutral is lost and the MM's long puts start to go in the money, you can get a big collapse like we did on the last test of VN back here. I think this one too, right? Those are both VN tests, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was just this one. What date is that? Oh, wait, hold on. That was this one. This VN test. Not this one. This wasn't VN. I'm on the 15-minute, not the hourly. So yeah, those can slip back in the money, and this high can fail, especially if bulls start to take profits in this range. We're right up against the JPM collar, which doesn't expire for a little while, so there's no reason to think that we won't see some downside this week. It's just a question of, I think, how much. And we'll probably find out at some point whether the 6,000 level is supportive. There's not going to be much room above the collar, and even if we do break above the collar, it'll be hard to hold above it on the intraday. Generally, tests of the collar lead to more extreme sell-offs, and we haven't tested it yet. We came very close today, but not quite a test of it yet. I did expect this, and then Jolt's data obviously tomorrow could kind of upset things. I think if we see yields rise dramatically or the yield curve re-uninvert, then it's possible that we get a like a more mechanical failure, like a bit of risk off in equities. We are starting to see BTC risk off, which is generally a leading indicator that there's some profit taking going on. It usually goes up with equivalent risk on in equities and risk off in bonds. And so, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's possible that we stay up here and chop a little while longer, especially with the bigger data prints into the back half of the week. But I think jolts might be relevant enough to throw a wrench in the current positioning. And also the support under spot is getting a bit weaker. There's really not a lot of support over the next few days below like 60-40. So failures of 60-40 have the potential to fall pretty far. There's also some synthetic shorts at 6,000 and 59.50 to the downside. And they're not huge positions, but they're not exactly tiny either. Dollar up today, which is a bit of a change. Still down against the euro, the pound, and the yen. However, it did rise very sharply against the yuan. So a little bit of momentum coming from there, but there is still some concern surrounding the carry trade. Now, Nakamura, the other kind of important BOJ president, is going to be speaking this week, and he tends to be quite a bit more dovish than Yuta. And since the carry has been reacting to Yuta's last statements, we've seen quite a lot of leverage risked off. Nakamura could kind of turn that around and may change some of the expectations going into the BOJ December meeting, where the market is currently assuming, I think, a 65% chance of a 25-point rate increase. Now, I think that might be excessive. I think maybe there's a higher chance of a 0.15 increase. There's still no political party quorum in the Japanese parliament, and making a big change to monetary policy without any dominant political power might be something that the BOJ doesn't want to do. And so I could see a case where there's a smaller hike. But remember, the last hike was quite small, and it led to a flash crash in the Nikkei. So, and leverage is about as high now as it was then. And so, I mean, yeah, that risk is still persistent. Commodities falling today. Obviously, some bad news out of China, rising dollar. Precious metals, it looks like. A little bit of a bump in oil, but still trading well below 70 a barrel. Got correlation kind of divergent, with the 3-month actually moving a little higher here, and the 1-month moving down a little faster. So we're getting a bit of a pullback in 3-month dispersion. So people are seeing risk on the horizon 90 days out, but still compounding risk in like the 30-day window, and still bullish in the short term, just not as bullish in the long term. Let's see. Yeah, carry leverage is about 787 now, down from 8.5x a week ago, so down to 7.8x today. A little bit of a bounce. It held above last night's or the prior day's close, but we are seeing some pretty rapid risk off. And remember, a lot of this leverage is deployed in equities, and so if if we're seeing leverage decline here, we're likely to see bullish equity positions and the long vol in equities and the dispersion trade fall off. So this could be a big sign that we've got like a correction coming in, especially if it continues to risk off. Bond volatility staying really low. Skew still moving up, but remember, the more skew moves up, the greater the chance of a like 2-3 standard deviation move in the opposite direction, because there's not enough tail risk hedges, and so the odds of a tail event happening increase as skew rises. 82.70% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. That's really kind of staying right where we expected it to, right? So even with NQ and ES up day over day, we're not really seeing the entirety of breadth pick up. It's more that we're kind of seeing money move around and reposition, but nobody's really pushing the majority of the index higher at this point, like the rest of the majority of the index higher. We are still continuing to see vol shorting, and correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures is continuing to break down. Now, some of this is that moving into expiration, but that's not all of it, right? Like, that's not all just people playing, like, shorting vol into the VX expiration. A lot of this is just a ton of short vol compounded very, very close to the money in an effort to drive indexes higher. Fed fund futures now pricing in 0.29 rate cuts after today. So almost no chance of a cut in December, and they're now pricing out the potential for what was almost 2%, so eight cuts is now almost 1. And as the yield curve becomes reinverted more and more, the likelihood of the Fed cutting is going to continue to reduce, or at least as far as Fed fund futures see it. What would be very scary is if the Fed had to hike rates at some point. However, the yield curve is still positive at the end of today, but only by 1% between the 10 and 2 year. So on the technical side, yeah, we pushed a little higher today, but not much. This kind of looks exhausted. I would say that a pullback to like the 960 level would be moderate, like back to trend. And if support were to be found here, that could be bullish for another move up. But if that were to break down, we'd be looking at that EMA 30 and MA 50 test in here. Generally, if that fails, you get a steeper, like 3 to 5% correction. So yeah, this is looking a little weak. Like, it doesn't have much room to go up. So I would say at least a small pullback into support in the short term, and then I would look for a bigger pullback should that fail. Anyway, that's it for now. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. I hope everybody has a great night. The 1929 trend is like right there. What is that? Like 60-64. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, guys. I'll catch you later. Peace.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long